Hello and a very warm welcome. We're at the Wuhan Sports Gymnasium Center in central China in the province of Hubei. It's day 2 of the 2012 Dongfeng Citroën BWF Thomas Cup. And we're looking forward to a Group A clash between Indonesia and England. Good atmosphere inside the Wuhan Sports Center ahead of this Thomas Cup match. The Thomas Cup, the world's biggest, the most prestigious team event in badminton. And for Indonesia, well, for the men, it's a first outing as they take on England, beaten yesterday by China quite convincingly, 5-0. Of course, Thomas Cup named after an Englishman, Sir George Allen Thomas, a badminton player of the early 1900s who wanted a Davis Cup in tennis, a World Cup in football, that kind of competition. And so the Thomas and of course the Hubei Cup for the ladies has come about. Indonesia against England then is our offering tonight. And this is how the group table looks after that opening match yesterday between China and England. So a must-win match tonight for England, otherwise they say goodbye. For Indonesia, well, they will be favourites tonight against the English, with China obviously favourites to win Group A. Not the greatest draw really for England, coming up against the 2 finalists from 2010 in Kuala Lumpur. This is how they'll line up tonight, starting with the men's singles match between Simon Santoso and Rajiv Usuf. Then the Olympic champions Kido and Sidiar went up against Adcock and Ellis, who played pretty well yesterday against the world #1 pair from China, Fu Haifang and Kai Yun. Taufik Hidayat up against Carl Baxter. And then Nathan Robinson, we believe his last match for England alongside Chris Langridge, up against Hassan and Chandra. And then the final of the men's singles, Rebecca against Ben Beckman. I'm Richard Kaufman. Welcome aboard once again, or if you're just joining us for the first time, welcome for the first time. Jill Clark, former England player, multi-medalist, Commonwealth Games, a Hubei Cup silver medalist as well alongside me. England yesterday outclassed by China. Would it be more of the same against Indonesia?
No, looking at it on paper, I mean, there's real opportunities for England in this one. I have to say, I thought China looked very, very sharp yesterday, and whilst the English players put up a good fight, you know, you look at this match up against Indonesia, and there's a couple of matches that I sort of think, well, you know, this could go either way. And I have to say, this first one is a possibility. Whilst the world rankings are really quite different between the two men, Simon Santoso, his last 2 tournaments, he's lost in the last 32. That's first or second round that he's lost. Now, he's been plagued throughout his career, has Santoso, by a back injury. And whilst in India, he said that he was beaten fair and square by Vittinghus, the Dane, just played too well. I suspect there was a little bit of an injury niggle there. So, given the way that Rajiv Usuf played yesterday against Lindan, I think this could be, there's a possibility here of being a big upset, obviously in England's favour.
Yeah, Rajiv Usuf played pretty well at times during his 21-14, 21-10 defeat against, well, the crowd favourite, let's put it that way. We could describe it a number of different ways, Lindan. But there was one point in the game, he won 7 points in a row, which I wouldn't have thought too many people have done against Lindan. So plenty of confidence he'll take from that. Santoso, as was suggested by the world ranking on his day, could be pretty impressive as well.
Absolutely, but he's a very, very different style to Lindan. So these two players on court today are more similar in their style. They're both more laid back in their personalities. And you talk about Simon Santoso, well, he's number 9 at the moment. He has been as high as 3. Now that's an indication of his skill level. And, you know, that's something that we will see today, is his racket skill ability. He won't have the same explosive power and speed as we saw yesterday from Lindan. And that will give Rajiv Usuf more opportunities to get into the rally and play his own style of game.
Well, Simon Santoso, 26th, but this is his 5th appearance at the Thomas Cup. 48th cap won tonight for Rajiv Usuf, the 25-year-old from Hounslow in West London. Currently world number 19, but Santoso's been as high as number 3. Usuf has been as high as number 11. as is so important, Jill, and you played in many of these events, these first matches, whoever's playing in them, they can provide such a platform for the rest of the team.
Absolutely, it sets the tone for the whole tie. If your teammate goes on first, if they perform well, and especially if they win, you really feed off that. You can feel the adrenaline rush. You know, you sort of think all of a sudden there's possibilities. So the way he performs, it's not only whether he wins or loses as far as the English team is concerned, it's how he approaches this match that's going to be vital for the rest of the team.
And the way Adcock and Ellis play, who are up next, you'd fancy they will have a sniff of a chance as well in match 2.
Well, especially as the last time they played against the reigning Olympic champions, former world champions, of course, they beat them. It's 1-1 in their previous head-to-heads. This is more ominous, of course, for Usif, the fact that he's never beaten Santoso. In fact, he's never even won a game. Both of their previous matches played in Korea, and both of them in 2 straight games. So, you know, I think that the men's doubles, as I say, if Usif plays well, and if he could sneak that victory, then I think the Adcock match in the men's doubles, the second one against the Olympic champions, I think Ellis and Adcock really could do something very special.
Kenneth Jonassen making some notes. The former world number 2, who's now the head coach for Badminton England, ahead of this game. Simon Santosa then first up. Of course, Taufik Hidayat, perhaps the better known amongst the singles players for Indonesia, but happy for the young brigade now to go to the fore. As you mentioned, he's had some early defeats, Santoso. Whittinghouse, you mentioned, the Dane beat him in India. Had to withdraw from the Asian Badminton Championships with an injury. It's going to be an interesting matchup. Yusuf, by far and away the best of England's singles players.
Ladies
the national
and
championship
gentlemen,
5 times in a
on
row.
my right, England, represented by Latif Oshep. And on my left, Indonesia, represented by Simon Santoso. Indonesia to serve, Lobo, play.
Well, nobody has won the Thomas Cup more times than Indonesia, 13 times winners. And they start as favourites in this match against England, with the English knowing they have to win this tie to progress further in the Thomas Cup. That's the first point going Rajiv Usif's way.
Very good rally for so early on in the contest. Both men finding their range. That's a clever smash from Santoso.
2-1.
That's a good indication that his back is not giving him too much trouble in these early stages. Playing that, what we call round the head shot, when playing from deep in the backhand corner, but still playing with the normal overhead action.
by much. But as you say, there seems to be no holding back early on here from
Sabar sih
Santosa.
ya. Sabar sih. Bolanya ini buri banget tuh.
Oh, goodness, that's quick. Well, there's me saying that we wouldn't see the same sort of speed and explosive power. Just proving me wrong. That was terrific.
A very sprightly start from the Indonesian player. Fusif in comparison looks a little sleepy. But he gives away that kind of air, doesn't he, anyway? Fusif, that languid style he has. See him on his toes a little more. We mentioned yesterday against Lindan, you know, when he did get attacking, he did look a bit of a force.
Yeah, there's no doubt his capabilities, and he's got some wonderful angles from the back of the court, uses his height so well. But as you say, I mean, so often you just love to see a little more urgency in his style of play.
Service over. 3-5.
Completely mistimed that one.
Service
Look up
over.
towards the lights after the rally.
3.
Some here this week that believe Indonesia could be the dark horses, price packages. I mean, how far do you think they can go? Obviously, they've got to put pay to England first, but are they potentially one of the teams that could challenge here?
Oh, most definitely, no question of it. And you were talking about the tradition that they've had in this particular competition. You know, taking the title 13 times, having been in 18 finals. I mean, that is just so superior to any other team. And it's interesting because when you go to Indonesia, everybody talks about the Thomas Cup and the history of the competition and so on. I mean, this is a really, really, really big deal to them. It's a big deal in World Badminton, but even more so, I think, for the Indonesians. And yes, I mean, they've got players that on their day can beat anyone in the world. It's really a question, like Simon Santoso, is he 100% fit? If he is, you know, he can challenge the Lindans of this world.
Service over. 6-7.
Fusif getting the luck of the net cord there, not once but twice.
Simon Santoso is very, very good in the rally. Once he's got the shuttle past his opponent, he really encroaches in on the net. He really stands his ground, looking for the reply, the drop shot back to the net, and that's when he really looks to pounce.
Yusuf. Pretty tight to me. Very was good. Right on the line.
Service over. 7-10.
Yeah, more aggressive from the front of the court in that rally, Yusuf. We talked about it yesterday, Richard, about the fact that too often I think Yusuf comes from underneath the shuttle at the front of the court. You've really got to come from above the shuttle, and then you've got the options. Perfect example in that rally. Both times he approached the drop shot coming from beneath the shuttle, lifting it to the back of the court, giving the attacking opportunity away to his opponent.
Just watch that second lift because it becomes slow. Yeah. So here, push a little further into the court, cover him particularly around the head, especially from the forehand. He flicks you a lot around the head. So here from the beginning, again, a few big smashes. And then just to push him away so that he opens up for the clip again. It also makes you move a little bit faster. Then keep hustling him around that front there. When you push, then commit to it. Yeah, you can't get it over you. So further into court, a few attacking shots ready on that round ahead. Okay.
11-8, Yusuf trails.
Yeah. Isn't that just a perfect example of how he allows the shuttle to come to him rather than making the racket head reach out towards the net as he's playing the net shot? Yeah, no, that's exactly what Coach Jonasson was saying to him. Be committed at the net.
9-11.
Good look at that one, Santos. I think if it was like in tennis and they had referrals, he might be asking for one here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, on the line.
Oh, so clever. It really is. All his smashes prior to that one have been down the lines, either cross-scored all away from Yusuf, and then suddenly the body smash aims towards the right hip. Perfect place. And the outright winner. So clever.
Santos has always had the edge in this opening game. Yusuf sticking with him though.
He's hustling now from the front of the court. Instead of just lifting the shuttle, Yusuf is beginning to play some pushes. Not giving Santosa the time to get underneath the shuttle.
Service over. 14-12. It's over. 13, 14.
That's lovely play.
14, all.
Well, Jonasson was saying to him at the mid-game interval, push Santoso away from the net. So in other words, the first one's got to be a hard push, then you can play the block on the net shot. Yeah, twice in that rally, that's going wide.
And for the first time,
15, 14.
very first points of this game, Vucevic has a slight advantage. Never won a game before against Simon Santoso. Jules was saying before this match they have met twice before, both in Korea, a year apart. Santoso winning in straight games on both occasions, but 16-14, Vucevic's advantage here now. 4 points in a row. From Santoso, but Vucevic standing up to him. Brilliant. Not over yet. What a fabulous rally. It's good from Santoso. Big point that was as well. The gap's now 1, it would have been 3.
15,
Spectacular. Sometimes there are turning points here. 260 from Santoso's smash there. Sometimes you look back, don't you, at turning points. I wonder whether that will be one.
play.
The sky doesn't go in.
Oh,
Absolutely marvellous.
Getting ready for the smash and then to try and change direction. Couldn't do so in time. Direction was perfect.
Set himself up so well in the rally as well, with the courage to play a net shot off his opponent's net shot.
This is great badminton, isn't it? I thought that one might have been there for the taking for Vucevic, that again going for the stronger smash. And in the end, his effort on the lift just drifts out.
Yeah, it was almost as if he lost patience and belief in what he was trying to do, you know, because Simon Santoso was getting back his good shots. It was almost as if he just ran out of ideas.
So I wonder if it was a turning point. Santoso's followed that terrific rally winning point with 2 more. Now leads.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a super shot.
18, 17.
And it's that flat push I was talking about earlier. Great effect. Such a big point coming up right now. And the courage came from Simon Santoso.
19, 18.
Stood his ground at the front of the court, really pressurizing.
Well, if this is the platform for the rest of the night, should be a
19,
cracking evening's entertainment here in this 2012 BWF Thomas Cup. It's tight. There's been some excellent badminton. Of course, there's a sense of unpredictability about what the outcome might be. Of the night so far. He just makes it look so easy the way he gets back Rajaputsa's smashes as well. He just seems to read them so well.
Yeah, it's incredible. And this final smash, he did so well to control it because he'd broken the string of his racket on the previous shot. So for him to control that cross-court, well, I suppose you describe it as a half smash or maybe a fast drop shot.
Brings up game point as well.
Testing out the new racket, very much a courtesy amongst the players.
Finish it off from Simon Santoso. It was an excellent opening game in this matchup between England and Indonesia. Santoso producing the goods when required. Minutes it took to separate them.
Kedua, ini agak kakek nih. Lo mau nggak sih di saut nih? Enggak. Kecuali kau yakin sih sekali-sekali boleh. Tapi ini ada bola mau yang kita kan dulu. Kontrol
voli di KPK. Masih nyambung lah. Tadi si bola-bola tuh nggak ada kalau batasi kan biasa nggak apa-apa. Ya coba ikut kok. Dah.
Very important rally. Could have been 3 points behind, ended up winning that point. Wondered at the time whether it would be a turning point. It didn't prove to be the case. And you look at him playing in today's match, you just wonder how he's exited the first round recently. I suppose injuries, as you've mentioned, do play their part. If you're not 100%, and others will take advantage.
Yes, I think there's been so much strength and depth in World Badminton these last few months, as such intensity with players trying to qualify for the Olympic Games. What's very interesting is that neither player has served high so far in the match.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
But good from those statistics that Usif is certainly holding his own at the front of the court. Coach Kenneth Jonasson did say to him at the mid-game interval, push him away from the net, and when you go forward, be absolutely committed. And I think those statistics, it would have been interesting to see them at the mid-game interval and see them again at the end, because I think he turned that around. Now, I suspect that defensively, Simon Santosa will try and turn the shuttle a little bit more in this second game. If he is being attacked, rather than blocking straight or trying to lift it, I think he's going to try and turn the shuttle a little bit more.
What makes you say that?
Service over. 1-all.
I think probably they've noticed that sometimes Usif is a little bit slow. He's such a tall man, 1.90 meters, that's about 6'3", that twisting and turning for tall players is very, very difficult. You've got to accept that. There we go. He's turned the defence. Oh, he's missed with his attacking shot. But, you know, you have to accept that your opponent is going to at times attack you. Of course, a tall opponent is going to do that, but you've got to try and negate the effect of that. And one of the ways of doing it is to actually turn and block cross-court on your own defence.
Just losing his length here a little, isn't he, Santosa?
3-1.
To playing some faultless badminton late in that opening game.
Oh, goodness me, the line judge very, very hesitant to make the call.
It looked into me. That looked like it hit the line.
3.
I thought it was on the line indeed, but the line judge actually indicated out in the end.
You ever see the day where a la tennis there are referral systems in badminton, Jim?
The sooner the better. I don't actually see it happening.
But all these
sooner.
big events are televised now, but I suppose you've got 4 courts here and only one of them being televised.
Well, yes, but, you know, in tennis, not every single court has Hawkeye working. You know, it's only the show courts. I'm not convinced that badminton is at the stage yet that you need a Hawkeye, which is, I understand, a very expensive equipment to have. What I think the development of badminton should be, I hope in the near future, but something to consider, is video evidence, because we're privileged enough here to see it very, very quickly. And it can be on the giant screens. It could certainly be on the umpire's notepad that they can look at it again. Similar situation to tennis where you can challenge a call. And I think that is something that badminton should give very serious consideration to.
And it would add something. It would involve the crowd a little more in the game. Sometimes eyes can wander across, especially when there's 4 courts going on at once. But there's a decision like that being made, and it involves the crowd a little more. Santoso got that call going his way now, has edged in front in this second game. 5-3 leads. First rash shot in a while from Musif there.
Yeah, I believe it was the right shot to try and attempt. What bothered me about Usif was his body language immediately afterwards. You know, shoulders down, obviously disappointed in himself. Oh, that one's been called good.
Well, Santoso was calling it out. Again, my instinct from the view I have was that it was in. Jill?
Oh, I don't want to be a line judge.
It is a tough job, isn't it?
Oh, and they do very well. They have to make the split-second decisions. I can't tell even looking at the replay.
Yeah, I don't think we should have TV replays.
7-4.
Usif has to be very, very careful right now, because you just get the sense that Simon Santoso is beginning to stamp his authority on this match. And Usif, if he wants to come back in this, has really got to focus his attention right now. Stop this advantage growing any further. Going wide. Ooh, it's come back in. Goodness me.
Yeah, good different to yesterday. There's certainly a drift in the sports centre here tonight, as it was earlier on in the day. I think they've turned the air conditioning on a little higher than it was yesterday. It was very warm in here. That drift out comfortably.
6-8.
The response looks like it might have come in time from Rajiv Usif.
Yeah, as a player, you get to sense what those important points are and where you have to really focus, where you have to really up your game. Of course, we all know when it's very tight in a game at 18 all or something, we all understand that, but there are these early stages where you have to sense that now this is where I have to push for the next 3 or 4 rallies.
There's Nathan Robertson on the left, playing with Chris Langridge today, as they did when they did the Thomas Cup qualifiers. In fact, they got the winning point to make sure that England were here in Wuhan.
9.
Disappointment all too obvious once again.
So it's a 11-7 lead for Santoso heading into the interval. And Indonesia creeping towards their first point in this game with England.
Tekan buri kono maune kok pukulan langsung kabeh. Kabeh langsung cecek iso ngene lah. Mari ngono kok ono ruang gak ada masalah. Ketok kabeh pukulane kok lah iki siji. Depan barang ngono. Ketek ngopo kena sekan sithik-sithik barang ya. Itu boleh ini boleh wedul ini pelan sithik dah. Jadi gak kacau langkah-langkah kabeh. Kono mbek kene juga akan kontrol. Angin ini Rini ambek kono nah. Enggak, kan rada pelan sithik lagi. Coba sepuluh itu boleh. Kene. Iya.
Well, from the coach's body language and gestures there, it looks to me as if he's telling him to use that disguised drop shot once again. He used it to great effect in the opening game.
Ready to restart here.
Play.
And he needs to start clawing back some points quickly here. He's in control now, isn't he, the Indonesian player?
13-7.
He's just quietly and calmly frustrating his opponent. Wonderful defensive play, good control at the net.
Well, Rajifusev, when he's smashing, generally they seem to be coming back at him. Santoso's able to find the angles to make them winners.
Service over. 8-13.
It's 4 points in a row there. Usif claws one back. He needs to go on a bit of a run now. There we go. As soon as I said he wasn't finding them,
13.
he goes and finds one. Perfectly placed. Long. More frustration for the Englishman.
14-9.
We will have the second match of Hubei Province women's single, representing Thailand, Subsidy Thai. Representing Netherlands, Patty Dongfeng.
15-9.
That's good judgment.
At the moment, there doesn't seem any way back, does there, for Rajifusev in this match?
In court 3, representing Russia, Ivan Sosonov. Representing New Zealand, Michael Faulkner.
superb. His movement back in court there. Simon Santoso very fluid in his movements.
Yeah, the game is fast slipping away now.
9.
What was a tense and excellent first match between these two players is turning into more of a one-sided affair in the second game.
It's a good lift.
Just wide. The situation requires that Yusuf tries to find the lines now, the corners, against a very confident opponent, but just hands another point to Santoso. Well, when it was Yusuf that needed to go on a run, it's 5 points in a row for Santoso. And that already brings up match points.
20 match point 9.
Well, what a letdown really in terms of the contest. Such a good first game. But all credit to Simon Santoso. It was a pretty faultless performance, wasn't it, from the world number 9? Classy. And just the start that Indonesia wanted. England's hopes now hanging by a thread.
Match won by Indonesia 21-19, 21-9.
Confirmation there from the umpire Shun Hee-ju. 21-19, 21-9. The victory for Simon Santoso. And, well, you couldn't really get two more contrasting games, really, than the ones we saw there. Tight, nervy, excellent first game. And then, well, the golf just appeared in the second.
Well, the whole match completed without a high serve. I remember that from the opening game. .261 was just over 162 miles per hour.
Yeah, managed 266 in the first game. So Indonesia 1, England 0. Simon Santoso putting the first point on the ball for Indonesia, which brings us to the first of the men's double matches. And this, well, like that first game between Santoso and Yusuf, should be a close affair as well, as Marcus Kido and Hendra Setiawan take on Chris Adcock and Andy Ellis. English pair first out. Adcock, he's had an excellent 12 months in the mixed doubles as well as in the men's doubles. And Kido and Setiawan, of course, know how to rise to the big occasion. They've won them all. Asian Games, Olympic World Championships. And a great reception from the crowd here as well inside the Wuhan Sports Center. Fourth Thomas Cup appearance for Kido and Setiawan. They're not going to be at the Olympics, is that right, Jill?
It is. It's very sad they can't defend their title. They finished the qualifying period ranked number 9 in the world, and in doubles to get 2 pairs into the Olympic Games, because there's only 16 pairs in total, both pairs have to be ranked in the top 8. So they've missed out by 1 place.
And they didn't play at the Asian Badminton Championships.
Or the Indian Super Series event.
I mean, remarkable. I know Marcus Kido's had a baby recently in April, and he wanted to spend a bit of time, but you'd think, I mean, I know baby's important. I've had 5 of them, I know this, but you'd think, years aren't with them, that, one last shot at the Olympics, you'd think that maybe that would have been sacrificed, but I suppose everyone to their own decision.
Yes, I have to say I was surprised by it, but I guess one of the things for Marcus Kido, as we look at him there, is the fact that it's his brother that's qualified. So, he stated publicly that his brother, Bonaceptano, is he's going to be cheering for him in London, and he doesn't mind that his brother's qualified rather than him. But, at the end of the day, anybody who's been successful in sport, you have that competitive instinct. And that may be the public persona, but quite frankly, I think they must be hurting inside the fact that they can't actually defend their title.
Yeah, I'd love to know Hendra Setiawan's thoughts on it all. I'm sure in public it's all been, singing from the same hymn sheet, but as you say, I wouldn't be surprised inside whether it's a little different. Ellis and Adcock, well, they might be at the Olympics together. They are first reserves, so they just have to wait and see what other nations decide and whether anyone may pull out with injury. Adcock, of course, will be there with him in Jumbanka in the mixed doubles. They played well yesterday, didn't they, against the world number 1s of Fu Haifeng and Kaiyun?
Yeah, they certainly did. That second game, 22-20 going down. But my goodness, they did play well. And what really impressed me about the English pair yesterday was the fact that they weren't overawed by playing 4 times world champions and Olympic silver medalists. They've played against this Indonesian pair. Both the Indonesian players, as you say, vastly experienced. They are big tournament players. They came good in the Olympics. They came good in the World Championships. Won the Asian Games unexpectedly in Guangzhou in 2010. And nobody gave them a hope prior to that tournament, but they are big tournament players, and I guess that's why they've been selected as the first doubles when they're only the 2nd ranked Indonesian pair on the world ranking. Well, there's confirmation of the fact that I said earlier, the last time they met was in the French Open. In fact, it was the 2nd round of the French Open, and 2 straight games for the English pair.
Yeah, they did play also in the Super Series event in Denmark at the end of 2010, and that was a pretty tight affair as well. Kido and Setiawan won that in straight games, but 25-23 in the opening one. So expecting this one maybe to go the distance, maybe a 3-gamer. We shall see.
Yeah, but the important thing from the English perspective is the fact that they have the belief. They know that they can beat their opponents. It's not a belief that they can beat their opponents. It's knowing they can, because they've already done it. And that is a huge thing. It may seem to some people, I've said exactly the same thing. To me as an athlete, it's very, very different. I went on court believing this time I could beat the top Chinese pair. And of course you must believe that. But when you know you can beat them because you've done it before, that is a huge, huge advantage.
Yeah, they've beaten another Indonesian pair as well, Hendra and Gunawan, of course, as you mentioned.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hassan and
on
Chandra,
my right,
who are the ones
England,
who are
represented by Andrew
going to
Ellis
be featuring
and
later
Chris Adcock.
at the Olympics. Here's our
On my
umpire,
left, Indonesia, represented by Marcus Kido and Hendra Setiawan.
Jason Mahudu, announcing the players.
Indonesia to serve Marcus Kido to Andrew Ellis. Level. Play.
Well, England's Thomas Cup hopes are really hanging by a thread now. And a lightning fast start from Indonesia in the men's doubles. It's Kido pouncing.
Clash of rackets there from the Indonesian players, and that's very surprising for such an established pair. Been playing together since they were juniors.
Both 27 now.
Oh, that's very clever from Hindra Setiawan.
Service over, 2-1.
Setiawan at his absolute best. When he was winning his Olympic gold medal, I have to say I rated him as a better player than Kai Yun at the front of the court. I thought his understanding, his reading of the situation, he seemed to be in the right place at the right time. There we go again. Total control.
Turning it on already, isn't he? I think a joy for everyone to watch, apart from the England camp.
Out. Service over, 2-4.
Magnificent from Setiawan. It's very much their favoured formation, I have to say. So as far as the English pair are concerned, what they've got to try and do is force Setiawan to the back of the court, where he's more than competent, but he's so dynamic and he's so good at the front of the court. You've got to get him away from that area. And Marcus Kido, on the other hand, you'd naturally think, actually, that the shorter player should be at the front of the court, but Kido's very, very physical as a player. He's got very strong legs and he leaps in the air to play the jump smashes from the back of the court. And too often at the front of the court, I think he's a little bit lazy with his racket. You'll often see him with his racket down by his ankles instead of racket in the air, ready to intercept. So the English have got to try and disturb the Indonesians and get them out of their favoured formation.
We will have the third match of Hubei Cup Group A.
6-2.
Representing Indonesia, Linawati Ferniti. Representing South Africa, Anari Fusion.
Well, 2 returns in a row in the net from the English pair. And after such a good start from the Indonesian duo, too costly really already at this stage.
Service over, 3-7.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn off the flashlight on your cameras. Thanks for your cooperation.
Hey! 4-7.
Look at that.
Service over.
How high did he jump for that and then throws in the drop shot?
just trying to stick in here. A couple of good leads have got them within 3 points.
Yeah, and I think you've made a very, very interesting point. If they can really stick in there and keep within touching distance, because there are 1 or 2 question marks about the fitness levels of the Indonesian players. They've been struggling with illness and injury. Of course, Marcus Kido last year missed the World Championships in Wembley because he was suffering from typhoid. And, you know, I think if this did go the full distance, I think their fitness levels would really be tested.
That's rally of the match so far. It ends in an English point.
Service over. 6, 9.
That's a very, very good flick serve from Chris Adcock.
8, 9.
Now the gap's just down to 1.
Nice fault called by the umpire. Double hits. Both the English players touched the shuttle before it went back over the net. There we go. That was the one.
English perspective, that was a shame because it really were putting a nice run together, Adcock and Ellis.
Service over. 10. All.
Hasn't knocked them out of their stride. A clash of rackets. We're at 11-10 at the interval. I think given the way that Kido and Sedi Awan started, I think Adcock and Ellis would have taken that at the halfway stage.
There's a massive gap on the second cross part. Yeah, all soft anyway because they just pack where they are. Okay. Yeah. So it's all about the front. Turn ready. Yeah. You turn ready because if they turn it, things go up. First defense either short or really hard away from the middle. Yeah.
Interesting words there from Kenneth Yanalson. What did you make of what he had to say, Joe?
Well, he certainly doesn't want them to lift the shuttle. He was saying defensively, you've either got to block it or hit it really hard, drive it back quickly. He's also saying something, I didn't quite catch it all, but also saying something about on the second one, turn it.
He's saying that they're playing pretty close together, Kido and Sedi Awan, so there's a bit of a gap to exploit.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't want them to use the mid-court area. Either wants it played to the nets or deep in court. That goes down as a bad miss from Seti Awan.
12.
Well, that's where the tactic worked. Kido was close up on the court behind his partner, and therefore vulnerable to the very deep push.
Service over. 13, 12. Service over. 13. All.
Little to separate them now. Kido and Sidiawan looked unstoppable right at the start. But they have been stopped in their tracks. For the first time in the game, it's the English pair who are ahead.
Oh, that's brilliant. Goodness me, Chris Adcock taking the chance, going forward to the net. This is one, in he goes. Reads it so well.
He's a very impressive player, isn't he? I mean, over the last year in particular, I mean, I've got to see quite a bit of him. I know you've seen more, Jill, but he seems to be a player who's growing in stature.
Yeah, very much so. I think it's very difficult sometimes for male athletes in any sport. You know, Chris Adcock excelled at the World Junior Championships in 2007, got a silver medal with his now fiancée, Gabby White, in the mixed doubles. They had 2 match points in the final to take the gold medal. Didn't convert that, you know, and everybody had been talking about Chris Adcock was the next great doubles player in England. And it takes time for to physically develop into a man as you come out of juniors, for the lads to really get involved in men's badminton. And he struggled for a little while and then maybe questioned himself because, you know, he wasn't getting the results that everybody expected. But now he's gaining the confidence and he's growing in stature, growing in belief. And results-wise now, with that silver medal at the World Championships last year, well, crikey, he's one of the world's best.
Yeah, self-belief now, shouldn't be doubting. Gobbles it up, 17-16. The English pair lead.
Service over. 17. All. Service over. 18. 17.
Hard on the phone. Yeah. Yeah, hard now.
Chris, players.
Well left.
19, 17.
So easy to be made foolish by such judgment. They called it right.
Service over. 18. Anju, players.
Twice now the umpire has asked the English pair to get themselves ready a little quicker.
Service over.
Game points.
20. Game point. 18.
Oh, dear me.
Service over. 19. 20.
Game point opportunity. The one thing you've got to do is get the shuttle into play.
Still have a game point. Kido serve now though. And Ennis take the first game. There's an English roar at last. The first game that England have taken at these Thomas Cup Championships.
Yeah, yes. I think 3 games.
Well, the way they started Kido Siriawan, it was hard to see this outcome. 21-19. Hancock and Ellis take that first game.
I thought twice.
Okay. So, front court. That's it. Yeah. Front court. Oh, ready, ready,
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Chris, set.
I know the stats from the first game was a tied affair, wasn't it? Points-wise, tied as well. And that not too much separates them really. It's just mixing up their serves a little. So one of them, quick serve went long.
Players ready?
It was on game point. Didn't cost them though. They won the next one, 21-19.
Ready? Second game. Level. Play.
Oh, that's a lovely low serve.
1 love.
Yeah, and again.
2 love. Service over. 1, 2. Service over. 3, 1. Out.
Call just short.
2, 3. Fault.
That's the first quick serve from the Indonesians, isn't it?
Yep. Certainly caught Chris Hancock by surprise. Fair to say, though, in the 3 games to come, that the depth is greater in the Indonesian squad than it is with the English duo.
Yes, so I mean, I have to say that when I saw the team sheets, I mean, the 2 doubles selections, I found surprising as far as Indonesia were concerned, because I knew that Adcock and Ellis had beaten the Olympic champions previously, and of course they are the 2nd-ranked pair, and what they've done is they've split up their 1st-ranked pair and their 3rd-ranked pair to put them together as 2nd men's doubles. So you've got a pair, Mohamed Hassan and Alvin Julianto, playing 2nd men's doubles. Yes, they have played together before. They won a bronze medal at the Asian Games, but they don't play regularly together. Now, I was very, very surprised by that selection. So if they're a little bit nervous and not really used to playing with each other, plus, of course, you've got the very experienced Nathan Robertson.
He'll be so keyed up to go out with a bang as far as his international career is concerned. And yeah, the mix is there for perhaps something else to happen.
Yeah, it's all very, very intriguing. That's clever play. He's taking the pace off the shot there, Hendra Setiawan.
Oh, the crowd really absorbed by this men's doubles match. It's pretty tight in the first, it's pretty tight again in the second.
Well, that's what Setiawan was doing so well in the early stages of the opening game. And I'm sure the English coach, Kenneth Jonasson, will be urging his men that they've got to keep him away from that net area.
Okay, there's.
Good flick serve. Yeah, set up the rally. Great vision from Setiawan. No, he wasn't caught a second time. He was caught in the opening game with Chris Adcock rushing forward to the net, trying to do something a little bit different, but he was wise to it this time.
Service over. 9-all.
Both sides treating every point like a mini victory. It's not the interval. Could be a couple of points away from it, but fast-paced, wholehearted performance from 4 excellent players.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised that the umpire allowing them to have that timeout, though, at this stage of a game when you are so close to the interval.
Nine all. Service over. 10-9.
Well,
11-9.
they're looking up at the TV monitors here, waiting for a replay. Well,
I thought that was out. I thought it was a correct call by the line judge.
very, very close one.
And this is where video replays could be such a help in our sport.
Yeah, Chris Hancock was immediately looking up to the screen. I'll have another look at that one.
Yeah, just to clarify the rules of badminton, the umpire can overrule the line judge's decision, but he must do so immediately, and he can only do so if he sees that a clear error has been made. Well, when it's as close as that, on a back line, considering that the umpire sits at the net area, he can't see that clearly. So
He's not allowed to look up at the...
he's not allowed to look up because he must make the overrule immediately. He can't look at the monitor. And this is where I think perhaps the development of the game is something that should be discussed.
11-9, Indonesia's lead in this second game. But Hancock's finished there. Means it's a little tighter again. Quick to pounce.
Service over. 12-11.
No, he may have made the error, but I think he was right to go for it. Oh, that's clever.
Well, yeah, let's try to keep the point alive. Daredevil defensive work, but some of that.
Service over. 12-13.
Well, England would love to take a point home with them, should they be bowing out here. Hancock and Ellis pushed the world #1 pair yesterday, now up against the Olympic champions of Kido and Sidiaman.
Service over. 13, 12. Service over. 13, 14.
Well, the Indonesians making rather a lot of errors on their defensive play, which is very, very unusual. Perhaps a sign of nerves.
Service over. 15, 13.
Great no serve, racket up ready for the interception. Serve return and third shot. Paramount importance in badminton doubles. Yeah, very confident with his judgment there, out leading that one.
Suddenly a 4-point gap has appeared in this second game.
Oh, goodness. Well, all credit to Chris Adcock, who took his chance at the net, but all Kido had to do was play it across court into the open space. It needn't have been that tight. It would have been an outright winner.
I don't think he was expecting it back like that, though.
That's one of the problems of racket carriage being so low. Kido not ready for that next one. Wasn't expecting it, as you say.
Service over. 18, 14.
Well, I suggested at the start of this game that it could end up being a 3-gamer. Well, 6 game points for Kido and Sidiaman to take it into a decider. There we go, Ellis into the net on the return of serve, and 21-14 is the margin of victory in that second game. So 1 game all. Eased away with it in the end, didn't they, the Indonesian pair in that second game?
Yes, I think the
Got to come up with a solution.
Englishmen. Just listen to this.
Go proper off, so it's harder for them to just go straight.
Or the server just goes back and tries to steer it, or put some pressure on that one. Yeah. Okay. Returns. We gotta keep using variations. Yeah. Gotta keep put pressure on that. They're not going to lift. Every time they're lifting, they're losing. So it's all about that. Yeah? So if we're high, we can put pressure on or steer it. Yeah? And then ready. On the first year, if there's nothing, just a placement and then ready again. Because then it comes up again and then we can go. Okay? Yeah? So front court responds to that. Their returns. We serve. Okay, guys.
Pressure and more pressure from the front. Saying that the Indonesians are not going to lift the shuttle because every time they lifted, English players won the rally.
Court 1,
thumping it down.
20 seconds. Court 1,
dominating from the net there, but
20 seconds.
the overhead winners saw Indonesia come through in that second game. So it's a decider.
Receiving. Thank you.
Can England make
Final
it
game.
1-1?
Level. Black.
Oh, will Indonesia open up a 2-0 advantage?
Service over. 1.
Well, I said in the opening game, if it went to a decider, I thought that the fitness levels of Marcus Guido and Hendra Setiawan would be tested.
Out.
No serve is short.
Service over. 1, 2. Service over. 3, 1.
I just get the sense that there's real intensity at the front of the court from the English players, whereas the Indonesians at the moment more on the back foot. Well, we need to keep an eye on Andrew Ellis's serve, because I think he's lost a little bit of confidence with his low serve. I think he's flicking a little too often.
Service over. 4, 2.
No, that may be applies to both of them.
3, 4. All. Service over. 5, 4.
It's an absorbing contest, really is. You know, often in these early group games you get some really one-sided affairs, but this is certainly one that's caught the imagination of the crowd.
No.
I was going to say the first time these have met, it's gone to a third game. You were going to say, Joe?
I was going to say I'd be interested to see what he chose on the serve there. It wasn't a particularly good low serve, but he got away with it.
And he got the point. Let's have a look here now.
Yeah, that was a good serve.
Yeah. He was low in confidence. It should be a little back now. It's a nice little run, isn't it, for the English?
And so much for my theory.
Yeah. You can't win them all, Jill. Still say you're well ahead.
Well.
9, 4.
5 straight points. String's gone in the racket. You can always tell it makes a different sound, the shuttle coming off the strings. You often see players do that. They quickly cut all the strings in the racket And the reason they do that is the rackets now are strung so tightly that with one string going, it actually contorts the frame and the frame can break. So they release the tension in the frame by cutting out all the strings as quickly as possible. And there's a whole army of stringers here, busily working, restringing rackets all day.
Okay. 5-9.
Well, can England here make the most of their advantage in this final game? That will help them.
Service over. 10-5. Service over. 6-10.
Here comes the fight back.
Oh, that's a lovely smash.
8-10.
It's been strangely quiet apart from the very early stages of the opening game. Set here one, just coming alive once again.
Well, that was a big point for the English pair. They look to be on the back foot, but they take it. 11-8 the interval lead.
4号场地将进行尤杯历史第3场的比赛。泰国队张甲龙、阿隆和寿，空查拉、莫拉温、西沙通对阵荷兰队塞琳娜佩克、爱丽丝卡贝林。
We will have the third match of Hubei Cup Group B women's doubles in court 4. Representing Thailand, Dongfeng, Arun
52 minutes already this men's doubles match.
Representing
Court
Netherlands,
1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Thank you, coaches. Thank you. Ready? 11-8. Black.
Oh, that's clever.
Opportunity missed.
Service over. 9-11.
Played so well in that rally as well, Andy Edis. He set up that chance.
Over. 12-9.
Very difficult with the shuttle bouncing off the top of the tape. The net cord just deflected the shuttle. Made it very difficult for Chris Adcock.
Tightened up again.
They're applying very, very good pressure on the return of serve.
Frustration for Marcus Kido.
Service over. 12, 14.
What a magnificent serve.
13,
This
14.
crucial stage.
Takes a bit of guts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Service over. 15, 13. Please.
Sensational shot and such a timely one as well. The two Indonesian players, they're flat-footed. They could only watch.
Service over. 14, 16.
Tension.
Yeah, definitely.
14.
Look at resignation there.
That is sensational.
Well, brilliant from
14.
Chris Adcock. Got the angle. And got a 4-point lead.
Created out of nothing, really. Superb vision.
Two points from winning England's first point.
Service over. 15.
tense moments. It's match points. They've beaten Citroën and Kido before. Can Adcock and Ellis do it again here at the Thomas Cup? One save, 4 more to go.
It's over. 16, 20.
Pressure on the Citroën serve. Hanging in. All credit to them. You don't win Olympic, Asian and World Championship gold by being nothing less than gritty fighters as well as hugely talented. But it's still an uphill task they face here to hang into this match. Chris Adcock and Andy Ellis get England off the mark at the Thomas Cup. A wonderful performance. Kido and Citroën are beaten. A little fight going on over who gets that shirt, but Andy Ellis doesn't care. Magnificent performance from the English duo.
Thank you.
And a great reaction as well from a very appreciative crowd. So England, their hopes of survival in this Thomas Cup, they go on a little longer. It's one apiece now. Great celebrations. So confirmation of the result, 21-19, 14-21, 21-17. Adcock and Ellis victory over Kido and Citroën. Thrilling match. Anything from the stats really that show the story?
Not really, and especially in that third game, where the Indonesians had more overhead winners. I'm very, very surprised about that, and more winners from the net. And yet the English pair ended up winning the game.
And 21-17 at that as well, which is the most important stat of the lot. So down to Taufik Hidayat and Carl Baxter to come on court next. And Jill will be joined by that by Steed Pedersen. But that's certainly been one of the highlights of the days, that men's doubles match. It was a pretty good opening game as well. But Adcock Kinetics, with their grit, determination and their shortage of fine shots, have pulled off a bit of a surprise here.
Well, I said at the start of the day that that first men's doubles could go either way, and England's hopes are kept alive with that marvellous 3-game victory by Chris Adcock and Andy Ellis. Next up is the second men's singles, of course, with the former world and Olympic champion Taufik Hidayat up against Carl Baxter. And of course, then we'll have the second doubles and then the third singles. And of course, in these group stages, all 5 matches contested. But here is one of the great characters of world badminton, Taufik Hidayat, the 30-year-old from Bandung in Indonesia. Olympic champion, of course, in Athens in 2004, world champion in Anaheim in 2005. And my goodness, hasn't he served his country so well in Thomas Cup over the years. Well, a daunting prospect for Carl Baxter, born in Winnipeg in Canada, the 26-year-old. And of course, Steen, now that it's 1-1 in the overall tie, had it been 2-love to Indonesia, you wouldn't have given Carl Baxter any hope at all. As it is, it's a tall order for him against such a great player as Taufik Hidayat.
Definitely. Taufik is so experienced in these kind of situations, and I think it's probably these situations that sort of keep him going. But still, can expect a good performance for Carl. It's his last international game as well, so he's playing his last international match tonight, unless England can beat Indonesia.
Yes, well, that's a big question mark, isn't it? Of course, for Carl Baxter, it's his 15th appearance for England. Didn't get selected yesterday in the first of Group A matches against China. Perhaps rested for this particular encounter. Well, there you can see current world ranking of 12. The 30-year-old win-loss record for the year translates into 6 tournaments, 6 individual tournaments, that is, and the best so far in 2012, semi-final at the Swiss Grand Prix. But he has achieved so much in his time, 2 consecutive Asian Games gold medals, and when you consider those tournaments 4 years apart, just as the Olympics are, well, he has had a remarkable career. Perhaps the one surprising statistic of Taufik Hidayat is the fact that he's only ever won 1 Super Series title. Well, for his opponent, 69 in the world ranking. He's up 1 place this week from last week's world ranking, 7-4. His win-loss record for the year. And of course, for Carl Baxter, it was a big disappointment at the end of last year when he was taken off the program of the elite players. His chances of qualifying for the Olympics were thought to be too slim, and therefore taken off the top level of funding. And that perhaps is why he's made a decision that this will be his last international match. Well, 3rd meeting between these two. But Steen, I'm not sure we can read too much into their previous meetings, both of them back in 2009. First round of the French Open that year. It was 3 games, but I think perhaps Taufik Hidayat just too experienced for his opponent today.
Yeah, we don't quite know what kind of Taufik we're going to see today. I hope we're going to see a Taufik playing up to the level that he's been playing in 2012, but he had the later part of 2011, he really was in bad shape, losing amongst others to young Victor Axelsen. So luckily he's been playing a lot better in the recent months.
Indonesia to serve, love all, play.
Umpire David Turner just announcing the match to get underway.
One love.
Oh, that's good play. Well, you were saying we never quite sure what sort of Taufik Hidayat we're going to get on the day. Well, I was talking in the last match about Marcus Kido and Hendra Setiawan and saying what big tournament players they are. They've always produced the goods on the big stage, the Olympic Games, the World Championships. And that's very true of Taufik Hidayat as well.
It is. A remarkable thing about his stats, as you say, is that he's only won one Super Series, and you could say that the Super Series was introduced a little bit too late in his career.
3, love.
Been dominated by Lin Dan and Lee Chong-wei. But he's always been at his best at the very big events, the Worlds,
Service over.
Olympics, and
1, 3.
Thomas Cup.
Yes, in fact, it's World Championship record, 4 times a medalist. In fact, a full set of medals, gold, silver and bronze.
Service
2 bronzes
over.
as far as
4,
Hidayat was concerned.
1.
Ben Beckman on the right. He's going to play the 3rd men's singles, the last of the 5 matches this evening.
Five, 1.
3号场地将进行哈姆斯杯 B 组第4场的比赛。俄罗斯队弗拉基米尔·马库夫对阵新西兰队鲁克·查尔斯·霍斯。
Well, the luck of the net cords. Lucky on that occasion. But, Steen, overall, I mean, what is it that makes Taufik Hidayat just such a special player over the years? What are his real qualities?
I think there are, of course, numerous, but the most outstanding is his touch. Probably the player in the world with the best touch. We like to say the natural touch. Very, very strong in defense.
Well, right on cue, just demonstrates exactly what you're talking about. Just guiding the shuttle across court, having worked the rally, he's got the opening, and look at that, beautiful touch and skill.
His flat game is outstanding as well. His backhand is strong, and his attack is also good, because very often we see him attack, move towards the net, and sort of make a little deception so he can easily kill the next shot. So the only thing that sort of has been lacking during the last couple of years has been his physique.
Service
He does
over.
still have the most
2,
remarkable record, doesn't he?
7.
Because he's won a major title every year since 1998, when he won the Brunei Grand Prix, and that was one of the big tournaments at the time. As you've already mentioned, there was no Super Series at that stage. Super Series came in 2007. So he was 16 years old when he won his first major title, beating Dong Jiong, who of course was the Olympic silver medalist in that final. He's kept that record going by winning the Indian Grand Prix Gold event at the end of last year. So every year for 14 consecutive years, he's won at least one major title.
That's amazing.
It's incredible,
9,
isn't it?
2.
I've been seeing there's been some discussions on the internet forums who is the all-time greatest players, and definitely Taufik will be in the running for that title, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree. Also one of the great characters. You know, when he says something,
Service over.
everybody takes notice.
3, 9.
Courted controversy at some stages in his career.
He's walked out on a couple of occasions, as far as I remember.
And that's right, if my recollection is correct, I think it was in Hong Kong when he was playing against Lin Dan. There was a line call he didn't like and withdrew from the match, and there was an incident, I believe, in Korea. But, you know, all that aside, I mean, at the end of the day, of course, we don't condone bad behaviour, and, you know, but doesn't tennis miss John McEnroe? And
exactly.
Yeah.
I miss him.
And I don't for 1 minute suggest that Taufik Hidayat has ever behaved in the sort of manner of a John McEnroe, but he's been a character. He's been somebody who creates notice. Oh, that's good play from Carl Baxter. Now, we talked a lot about Taufik Hidayat. What about Baxter? What are his qualities? To me, as a player, he's got nice movement around the court, but doesn't really seem to have any weapons that he can really hurt opponents with.
No, he has to rely on playing quite long rallies, and I was surprised to see him attack quite a bit in the beginning of this match, because I don't think that's the right solution against Taufik. Taufik would love to just stand in the middle court and return everything and sort of tease him into playing flat game and so on. So you should try to move him around and look for opportunities, but be aware that it might not be winners in the first or the second stroke. You might have to do several good strokes to win the rally.
Well, the players go to the mid-game interval in double quick time, just 7 minutes. And a 5-point advantage for Taufik Hidayat. I guess, though, Steen, the problem as far as Carl Baxter is concerned, that if you try and play the rallies, obviously, without attacking, you're going to have to play some clears. And if Taufik Hidayat is on form, he really has got a magnificent smash. Maybe not necessarily consistently the hardest smash, but his placement is so good.
Yeah, and he doesn't make many mistakes when he's in proper form. So he'll just follow up, and you're behind all the time, and that's really, really tough. You could say that in most aspects of the game, Baxter is quite a bit below Taufik, except for the physical part. So he has to try to make it physical.
Now, that's the touch that you were talking about at the net. First of all, on the defence, Taufik Hidayat just turning that shuttle. And then when he comes forward, he looks as if he's going to hit it one direction, hits the other.
Yeah, so the deception is one quality that sort of divides the good players from the very best players. The very best players, they have deception in almost every stroke. And the other thing is the shot quality in the defense, for instance, but the general shot quality. Good players might be satisfied with just picking the smashes up, getting them over the net, but the very best players, they know that there has to be good quality in that shot, because otherwise you will still be in big trouble.
Yeah, so it's not just getting it back, it's getting it back with interest. Ah, that's
good shot
nicer.
Service over. 7-13.
You can see the placement is really good. It doesn't really have to be that hard. It should just be quite close to the line without sort of jeopardizing anything by going directly after the line.
Well, you mentioned earlier on about the Taufik Hidayat backhand. Every time I watch it, it's just a joy. And I suppose that defensive shot just emphasising your point. It's not just getting it back, it's getting it back with interest.
Out.
It is.
Service over. 8-14.
It is these players, Taufik Hidayat, Peter Gade, Lee Chong-wei, and of course Lindan, actually Bao Chun-lai when he was playing. You want to see them play. They simply sell tickets because you know that this is absolutely top level.
Mop up, please. Line judge. Mop up. Mop, please.
I recognize that Chen Long is playing really well and creating good results, but I don't want to just want to see him play in the same manner as I want to see Taufik play and Lindan play and so on.
I understand exactly where you're coming from on that, because Chen Long uses his physicality very well, and that's his main asset, I suppose. Whereas there's watching somebody creative and beautiful in their style as well, and doing the unexpected at times is very, very exciting to watch. Oh, let's come back in.
16-8.
And actually a good rally by Carl Baxter here, because he was in good balance during the rally and was sort of able to follow through with Taufik. Good shot.
Yeah, very nice.
Service over. 9-16.
We see Taufik a little bit more concentrated than we normally see him in Super Series matches where he's in front. 16-9. There's no gifts here.
Service over. 10-17.
It's clever again, isn't it?
And that's what I like about him. He doesn't go for the first chance. He just makes it a little bit bigger. A very good shot, that one, and makes the chance even bigger, but it's a winner in itself. So otherwise it would have been a very, very short lift coming back from Carl. Could he have retrieved that one?
Goodness me.
Service
Rare unforced error on the defence there from Hidiat.
Fantastic lift.
Yeah. Well, a complete miss-hit earlier on in the rally. Carl Baxter got away with it. Yeah, I don't think the flat drives are the tactical answer against Taufik Hidiat. Yeah, it's amazing. Lovely angle once again, bringing up 8 game points for the Indonesian. Well, the last time he rushed forward to the net, he played a little block. That time, the fast push, always mixing it up. And the mixing up of pace and angles. Yeah, plumb on the line. Great call by the line judge. And the opening game, 21-12 in 15 minutes. Well, when he's in this sort of form, Steen, it's a joy to watch, isn't it, Taufik?
Yeah, it is. But we also have to consider that Carl might not be the strongest of opponents he's going to meet here, so we'll have to wait a little bit to decide what kind of form he's actually in. But it's been a pleasure to watch him playing this match, and especially the last shot where he pushes it. You see it there? No, that's the one he blocks. But the winner of the set is a push, and he just twists his grip a little bit, preventing the shuttle from going long. That's sort of his signature shot from the net.
Well, look at the overhead winners and the winners from the net from Taufik Hidayat. Far superior.
Second game. Love all. Play.
Oh, good shot.
Goodness.
Service over. 1. Love.
Start from Baxter here with some nice, quick attacking shots to the front court. It's one of the keys if he's to gather enough points to get a third set.
3. Love.
Well, the only previous time, or rather the last time that they've met previously twice, of course, both in 2009. It did go the full distance, and it was the second game that Baxter won. Oh, that's lovely. He's dictating the pace more at the start of this second game than he did in the first.
I think he might feel a little bit more comfortable. I don't know if you discussed it earlier, but I think he has a little bit of headwind standing on this side. So he can play his shots to the backcourt a little bit more freely.
There's that little block again. But it's so effective, isn't it? Because when he comes forward, Taufik Hidayat, racket arm outstretched, is always trying to address the shuttle as early as possible. I suppose the question mark in my mind is whether you can keep this sort of intensity going for the whole duration of the match, Baxter.
Yeah, I think you're right. Concern is that they might sneak in some unforced errors.
Mistimed that one.
Service over. 3-5.
It's just incredible. What is it about that backhand? Is it timing or technique or perhaps a combination of both?
Yeah, I think it's a combination, and also I think he's very, very strong in his lower arm.
Yeah, his forearm. Brilliant.
We saw that shot where Carl was under pressure here, where he was to use his backhand, and he wasn't able to get it as far back as he would have liked to. Not that shot there, 2 shots before. And when Taufik is making these shots, they just go 1 meter short of the opponent's baseline.
Yeah.
Service over. 6-5.
Oh my goodness me.
Too steep.
7-5.
Yeah, looks up at the lights. Of course, Indonesian men's team didn't play yesterday. It's their first outing at the Thomas Cup finals. They'll play, of course, tomorrow. Play against China. Well, Baxter doesn't like the call. I have to say I have a bit of sympathy with him on that. Oh, there's no question of that one.
7-all.
Two quick points for Taufik here, and it seems to me like Carl Baxter's still thinking about that line call. He needs to get back in the game now.
Oh my goodness. Superb. What a rally. Well, it was almost as if Taufik Hidayat was toying with his opponent in that rally.
7.
Pushing him to the back, bringing him forward, making him twist and turn. Down, but not out. Nice little touch at the end there from Hidayat.
Thank you.
Recognizing the fight of his opponent.
4 straight points. From 5-7 down. 9-7 up. I'm not sure Baxter was convinced by the call.
He sort of lost his composure a little bit after that line call at 5-7.
Yeah, because we're at now on a run of 6 straight points into the mid-game interval with a 4-point advantage.
Next time you come here and it's slightly high, then you come and shoulder spin, and then you jab it down to his forehand. Yeah, the drift has gone in, so you can hit it hard down that way. Okay? Yeah, from the forehand, or even from backhand, bam, down to that corner. Keep using that forehand corner. Maybe not on the first lift, but definitely doing the rally. Okay? Yeah? Come on. Come on.
20 seconds.
Well, giving tactical advice initially, Kenneth Jonassen. But I wonder, as they turned and walked away from the kit boxes at the side of the court, whether he was giving them a little bit of personal advice as well.
Play.
When you know that your player has just lost their concentration, been affected by a dubious line call, what they believe is a dubious line call, you have to settle them down somehow as a coach, don't you?
Yeah, and get them focused again. And I think it was great advice from Kenneth here to focus a little bit on targeting the deep forehand corner of Taufik.
12-7.
Actually, Baxter played a very good part of the first, of the second game here. So sort of try to get back to that style, not focusing that much on who gets the points, but how you play.
Yeah, and that will do his confidence the world of good. And that run of 7 straight points may have taken its toll.
And it was suddenly Baxter toying with Taufik.
Yeah.
I like that play back from Baxter. Oh, actually right in the eye of Taufik. But he's taking his chances again now, so that's great.
Yeah, I think that, you know, as a player, I can remember times when I was losing matches and, you know, you come to a stage where you say, well, if I'm going to continue playing like this, I'm going to lose anyway. So might as well throw some caution to the wind, go for the half chances and see what happens.
See if there's something that suddenly works that you weren't aware of in the beginning.
Service over. 13-9. Service over. 10-13.
Oh, my word. Goodness me, that was a good smash.
Service over.
254.
14-10.
It's just over 155 miles per hour. It's terrific, isn't it?
It's very good variation on his shots. It's not impossible to tell where it's going to come.
I think this is such a good point, because I think that distinguishes the great players and the champion players from the contenders. You know, that's, I've been watching Lin Dan, Lee Chong-wei, Taufik Hidiat for years now, and I still can't tell. Most players have a telltale sign, and you can tell when they're going cross-court, when they're going to go straight. But with these great players, I still can't see it.
No, that's, of course, what makes them so great.
Yeah.
Service over. 16.
Some kind of sense as well, when are the opponents going to go for the straight smash, for instance, and then suddenly put it across instead.
Yeah.
17. 11.
6-point cushion now for Taufik Hidiat.
Service over. 12. 17.
There's the disguise again, that touch that you've been talking about all match, Steen.
Actually, I'm already looking forward to tomorrow's match, where we're going to see Taufik against China, so hopefully he will be selected to the team, so we can see him against Chen Long.
Thank you, players. Thank you. Wait, please. Play.
Two points away now
19.
from taking the match, and Indonesia's second point in the overall tie. Oh, great judgment.
Service
Let's it drop
over.
long.
20. Match
And
point.
therefore 7 match point opportunities.
俄罗斯队伊夫金尼和伊比恩，塞尔金廷列夫对阵新西兰队詹姆斯恩森、麦克福沃特。
Service
We will
over.
have the fifth match
14.
of Thomas Cup Group B men's doubles in court 3. Representing Russia, Evgeny Trevini, Sergei Duniev. Representing New Zealand, James Hewson, Michael Fowler.
15. 20.
Well, well, well.
16.
Can we think the unthinkable?
It's hard. But for Baxter, every rally could be his last.
Yeah.
So there's no need holding anything back.
This time. And the disappointment's obvious for Carl Baxter. Finishes his international career with a defeat, but it's a defeat to one of the all-time greats. Taufik Hidiat, former world and Olympic champion, acknowledges the crowd, but a comprehensive performance from the Indonesian. 21-12, 21-16, the margin of his victory. 35 minutes. The final error on the backhand. So Indonesia take the second men's singles and take a 2-1 lead now over England in the overall tie. Well, More overhead winners really been the key to that. So their confirmation of the first 3 matches and the 2-1 lead for Indonesia over England in this group match. First stage of the Thomas Cup finals. Of course, the top 2 in each group will progress through to the knockout stage, the quarterfinals onwards, knockouts. And as you can see, coming up next, men's doubles. And the last of our 5 matches, the 3rd men's singles. Now, certainly as far as I'm concerned, the selection by Indonesia for the 2nd men's doubles, a little bit of a surprise because Mohamed Hassan is not playing with his usual partner, which of course is Bono Septino. Today he's playing with Alvin Yulianto Chandra, and they're up against another scratch pairing of Chris Langridge and Nathan Robertson. So no previous form as such to make our judgments by, other than to say, of course, that the Indonesians did play together at the Asian Games in Guangzhou at the end of 2010, and in fact won the bronze medal. But they're not regulars together. And of course, as far as the English pairing are concerned, Nathan Robertson making his 114th cap today. 34-year-old. There he is. They'll be turning 35 at the end of this month. Well, he'll be saying farewell to international badminton, quite possibly after this match as well. Now, of course, the English pairings team were the national champions in England in 2011 last year because of an injury to Anthony Clark, got a shuttle in the eye and couldn't compete in the national championships. But Nathan Robertson, he's been a great mixed doubles player over the years, but he's been concentrating on his mixed doubles. He hasn't been playing men's doubles in recent tournaments. Do you see the fact that they're throwing him in, the experienced man, as a calculated risk?
I think it's both a calculated risk, but also a way of saying thank you and goodbye to Nathan. I don't think the English pair can win this men's double. I've seen Chandra and Hassan play this German Cup against Denmark, where they sort of whitewashed Mathias Bo and Carsten Mogensen. So they're quite strong, and I think both teams have fielded the strongest team here. They know this is the key match to progressing to the quarterfinals. So I believe that England is judging Chris Langridge and Nathan Robertson to be superior over Chris Langridge and Peter Mills. And
yeah, well, I'm not sure that I disagree with that. I think that's probably very logical thinking as we look at Alvin Yulianto Chandra, the 31-year-old from his Java. And there you can see their win-loss record for the year, 0-0, because This is the first time that they've played together in 2012. Mohamed Hassan, 24 years of age, from South Sumatra. And with his regular partner, he's number 6 in the world ranking. Whereas Alvin Yulianto with Hendra Aprida Gunawan, 13 in the world ranking. So as I say, Nathan Robertson, 34 years of age, born in Nottingham, and about to turn 35. His partner just turned 27, from Epsom in Surrey. So, of course, Chris Langridge played yesterday, as you say, with Peter Mills. Lost out to Chai Biao and Guo Zhengdong in 2 straight games. And to be honest, didn't ever really look as if they were in it.
No, they were overmatched.
Yeah.
Against the Chinese.
Well, Alvin Yulianto Chandra had great success over the years, but overshadowed, really, I suppose, by, first of all, Ricky and Rexy, and then Kido and Setiawan, as far as results is concerned. But Alvin Yulianto, bronze medalist from World Championships, 2 medals from Asian Games. He's vastly experienced. And of course, as far as England are concerned, must-win situation for them if they're to keep this tie alive.
I've had a little bit of time to think, Jill, and I think actually it is quite surprising the move that Indonesia has made here, because as far as I remember, it's Mohamed Hassan and Bona Septano who's qualified for the Olympics.
That's right.
So it takes a lot of guts to split that pair up. Really exciting to see what's going to happen with the Indonesian men's double selection later on.
On my right, Indonesia, represented by Alvin Yulianto Chandra and Mohamed Hassan. And on my left, England, represented by Chris Langridge and Nathan Robertson. England to serve, Chris to Yulianto, Lobo, play.
Son Hee-ju of Korea calls play to commence.
Serves over, 1 love.
Just wide. And Steen, I just want to pick up on that point that you were making about the fact that Bona Septano is the highest ranked men's doubles player, along with Mohamed Hassan at number 6 in the world rankings, and obviously the only pair to have qualified for the Olympic Games. It begs the question, if Indonesia don't think that they were the strongest pair to play the first men's doubles here, why on earth were they playing together all year and qualifying for the Olympics? If there were stronger pairs to be had, why haven't they been playing together in the build-up to the Olympics and possibility of Olympic medals?
It totally puzzles me. I don't have any explanation. I remember I thought back when in 2000, and it must have been 11. It must have been the Sudirman Cup year. I can't really remember if it was 11 or 9. But when I saw them beat Bo and Mogensen quite easy, I thought that they might team up with the Olympics as a target. But that never happened, and yeah.
Yeah, it's bewildering. Is it perhaps the fact that Mohamed Hassan is part of the national setup, whereas Alvin Yulianto is an independent player?
That's the only reason I can come up with. And also, it seems strange that Marcus Kido and Hendra Setiawan lost their Olympic qualification in the last tournament because they didn't participate in India Open, so they were bypassed by Ko and Tan from Malaysia and slipping to number 9 in the ranking. That means that Indonesia can only field 1 pair in the Olympics. Otherwise, both Kido and Setiawan and Bona Septano and Mohamed Hassan would have been qualified.
Yes, because of course you get 2 pairs in the doubles in the Olympic Games. Both pairs have to be ranked in the top 8 in the world.
Serves over, 5-3.
Now that's the sort of thing that bothers me, to be honest, about Nathan Robertson's lack of men's doubles in match play situations, because a shot like that, he's not used to going that far forward necessarily in his mixed doubles, and that's where perhaps he's going to be slightly off the pace.
He's going to be a little bit slower with his racket because he's not used to making these kind of anticipations, but well, he's not completely off form as we could see there, but that's mainly due to his great talent, I think.
Yeah, good judgment. Well long of the back line.
Service over. 5, 6.
Now we've just watched Taufik, and as we are speaking of players that are enjoyable to watch, I think also Nathan Robertson goes into that category.
Well, we were talking about Taufik Hidayat's surprising statistic, only one Super Series title. I can tell you that Nathan Robertson has also only won one Super Series title, and that was men's doubles back in 2009, the Singapore Open. What surprises me is he's never won a Super Series title in mixed doubles, considering he was Olympic silver medalist, world champion in 2006, All England champion as well in mixed doubles, but never won a Super Series title in mixed.
When was the Super Series introduced? Was it in 2007?
2007.
Yeah.
So a year after he was world champion. 6 months after he was world champion.
Service over. 7 all. Nathan.
Won his first World Championship medal, Nathan Robertson, back in 1999.
I remember that all too well.
Copenhagen.
They beat a Danish pair in the quarterfinals.
Playing with Simon Archer, if I remember correctly.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. Never afraid to go for his shots, never afraid to take opponents on, Nathan Robertson.
And you can see that he's almost only covering that spot.
Yeah.
If it goes anywhere else, he can just play on, but he can play on at level, so to speak. But that one, that's the one he's covering, and there it went.
Yeah, same again. Went for the shot, missed on that occasion. Do you think safety comes into his vocabulary?
I don't think so.
4号场即将进行德国杯 B 组第5场的比赛。泰国队桑拉里、桑松卡姆、沙西里盘阿坦纳猜对阵荷兰队埃弗姆斯肯斯、沙曼莎巴尼。
We will have the fifth match of Hubei Cup Group B Women's Doubles in Court 4, representing Thailand. Sarali Samsung Kam, Sasili Tanna Tanna Thai. Representing Netherlands, Elfie Muskens, Samantha Barlen.
It's gone long off the back line. Back level.
And one of Nathan's very strong points, the great feel, the great touch under pressure.
Yeah, double hit by the English pair. I'm not sure I heard the umpire actually call the fault, but the English players very sportingly just stopped the rally. So the advantage with Indonesia, but the narrowest of possible advantages.
Just returning really well, but just steer down, just soft middle, so we get the shuttle below tape. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're going to still try and play no lift from there. They don't want to lift you too much. Okay.
I think we're doing well on the flatter lift, not bombing them out. We just push it around and look to block and get in. Got to compete at the net against them.
It's all about trying to control that area.
50-50.
Attack down the middle of the court, get making goal going. Okay, it's quite safe. They're not an organised pair yet. Okay, so find the middle of the court. Don't show them anything. All positive. Okay, even if it's bad, positive. Okay.
Well, interesting there from Coach Graham Hurrell, urging them to be positive on the return of serve. And he says that the Indonesians are not an organised pair yet, so to use the middle as much as possible. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think they've started out quite well, doing very well in the service situation in the first 4 shots. Actually, a little bit better than I would have expected beforehand. So there's not really any offense-defense play. It's a lot of the play is going on around the first 4 shots and the flat game, and I think that's to the advantage of Nathan and Chris.
It's a good low serve from Alvin Julianto. Right place at the right time.
Yeah, great anticipation. Reads from the way Chandra holds his body and his racket that's the biggest probability that the shot was gonna come right in his forehand.
Oh, that's such good judgment again. Goodness me. Always a great tendency. I certainly felt myself when I was playing that, you know, in tight situations, unless I was absolutely certain the shuttle was going out, I tended to play it in almost panic. And that shows great character of the Indonesians, that their judgment so far has been so sound. Slightly softer smash there from Mohamed Hassan.
Also Chris standing quite far back there, so difficult to return it with quality.
Does he stand too far back defensively in general?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, that's good play, isn't it? Clever. Oh my goodness! What a rally! How did he take that off the top of the tape? Well, no wonder they're happy with that. And the English combination once again back level.
You can see that Nathan is fired up here. He really wants to do well in this, perhaps his last game. Want to get that feeling one more time. And Chris has raised his game also. Indonesians having a little bit of difficulty getting the right attacking possibilities.
Interesting serve out wide, keeping it low, but serving out wide from Langridge.
We can see quite an easy mistake from Nathan here, but doesn't really bother him that much. It's the same with Marcus Kido. He makes some mistakes, but he makes an awful lot of winners as well. And these players are really dangerous playing against. Because you never know when they're going to pop up and make 2 or 3 quick points.
It's all so desperately close. Each point so precious.
And we can see that the Indonesians, they sort of go with the English in this quick flat game, but there's a good chance that they're getting outmaneuvered. So if I were the Indonesians, I would sort of lift it a little bit more, play the baseline, and see if opportunities arise in the defense. This is sort of a 50-50 game, or perhaps even 55-45 for the English.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that, because I think the Indonesians now, with flatter defence, are beginning to panic in their defensive play. 1 or 2 errors creeping into their games.
It's always Hassan, or most of the time Hassan and Alvin playing a little below the tape, and that's not good position to play fast shots from. Big miss from Chris Langridge here.
Yes,
And if that would have been Nathan, he wouldn't have been bothered at all, but Chris is sort of,
No, no, no.
Important point now.
Oh, my goodness. Loose shot from Mohammed Hassan, and absolutely pounced upon from Chris Langridge.
A really strong comeback
Yeah,
after missing that last shot.
yeah, good character. 2 game point opportunities now for the English pair.
Oh! He almost got it over.
Well, very interesting to me in that rally. A couple of times that the Indonesians on their defence just lifted high, and that's exactly what you said they should be trying to do, mixing it up a bit more and perhaps working Nathan Robertson at the back of the court. With great commitment, great effort from all four men.
And if they were able to mix it up, play 2 or 3 rallies like this, just removing some energy from the English side and then again going into the flat game and mixing it up a little bit better instead of playing flat all the time, could be a good solution for the Indonesian pair.
Well, the court attendant called back onto court. The English players not happy with the mopping up of the perspiration. So one game point has been saved by the Indonesians. Another game point remains for the English pair. And this time they convert. Well, well, well. Confusion there initially between the two English players. But look at the delight for Nathan Robertson. 21-19, that opening game in 19 minutes of play. Well, it seems like an inspired selection.
Just get man ready to come off sometimes. Okay. We return really well through the whole game there, and that's a big key there because again we're getting the attack from the first point. Okay. I think you can stand up and drive a little bit with them, but then we've hit.
Well, it was interesting that Coach Graham Hurrell was saying, yeah, don't be afraid to drive with them. Flat exchanges.
Exactly. That's been the butter to the bread for the English pair in the first game, and that's the way to continue. They must be a little bit extra ready with the rackets, the English side here now, because the shuttle is going to come over a little bit faster.
Look at the number of winners from the net from the English pair. 10 to only 3 from their opponents, and that really was the deciding factor. I'd be very interested to know how many of those 10 winners from the net came from Nathan Robertson too.
The major part, I think.
Yeah.
But, we must say that Chris also has lifted his game, playing really well in the first. That's the way to do it.
I suppose the English pairing have got to be a little bit wary so that they don't go too defensive at the start of this second game.
Exactly, they've lost both the rallies where they tried to defend a little bit too much. And they won both rallies that was decided in the flat game.
Well, he doesn't look comfortable out there at the moment. Mohamed Hassan.
It was a totally unforced error. I mean, the rally sort of went the way the Indonesians would like it to. Just hits the tape and is completely unreturnable for Chris Langridge.
Oh, that's clever. Well, well, it was called wide. Nathan Robertson didn't like the call. Oh, looking at that again, I think it was a correct call. But there's the character shining through once again.
And I can't help thinking back on the shot that was called wide. I mean, that's not the kind of shot ordinary players make. That's what you look for when you try to select extremely talented players, players that makes those kind of shots.
Yeah, and that, I mean, that rally from Nathan Robertson, his partner didn't even hit the shuttle in that. Good low serve, anticipated the third shot and finished off with the fifth shot of the rally.
And it might, people listening to this might think that we're praising him too much, but he's really controlling this game at the moment. And for the Indonesian side, I think I would aim a lot of shots at Chris Langridge, hoping that they could work their way into this match again. I must say this has gone completely different than what I would have expected.
Yeah, I can remember saying to you right at the start of the match, Steen, that, you know, was this a surprising selection, putting Nathan Robertson in, and you made the comment, well, it's a sort of farewell and thank you, and it crossed my mind, you know, here we are, Thomas Cup finals, there's no time for being sentimental about your last ever international match. This is an inspired selection decision. He's been the deciding influence in the match so far. He's played great.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I also think that if Nathan were to decide to play on and wanting to play men's doubles, then he would be a natural selection for Chris. He doesn't.
In future tournaments, you mean?
It would have been nice to have a player with that experience still playing at the top level. To be able to sort of put some pressure on Chris Adcock, Andy Ellis in practice in the future. It's been three very, very experienced players that the English team has lost over a short time. It's Robert Blair, Anthony Clark, and Nathan Robertson. So most European countries saying goodbye to the three doubles players that strong will suffer.
Yeah. Yes, and whilst we have been singing the praises of Nathan Robertson, we shouldn't ignore this man because Chris has certainly played his part too. Nathan Robertson wouldn't be able to intercept the net if his partner wasn't playing the shots in the right direction from the back of the court, involving him in a lot of channel attack, narrowing the angle of reply.
Yes, yes. Pause. Service over. 8-7. Ready?
And the key is simply meeting the shuttle very, very early so that you can play from a little above the tape instead of a little below.
Out.
Oh, low serve, short and wide. Oh, that's a great smash. Goodness me, you've got good angle on that.
Exactly, very, very steep, and that's what I like about it. Nothing bad can happen, even if they're able to return it.
255. 158 miles per hour. With angle.
Yes.
A little more urgency in the style of playing that rally from the Indonesians. And again.
7-9.
Do you sense that perhaps a shift in momentum?
Exactly. The Indonesians are slowly working their way into the match.
Again, guys, just all about the first 4 shots. They don't want to lift too much to you, okay? So it's still a big battle. So we must stay up around the first 4 shots, okay? And keep positive and keep taking the shuttle early.
I think the backhand hard ones are tough. Yeah. That's where I don't think we're penetrating on backhand.
Not so much, no. But if we get it early and just steer it down below tape, then they can only lift it, okay?
Put the first one hard.
Yeah.
And then change pacing.
From the back of the court, let's not smash ourselves out of position, okay? Just keep clipping, all right? Just a little bit more off the net, Chris, when Nathan's attacking, because again, they're just trying to lift and cross you from there.
Good, mate. 11-9 in the first as well.
Yeah. Okay, guys, let's go.
And Graham Hurrell once again emphasising the first 4 shots of the rally, urging them to steer it as well as push hard from that net position.
Play.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes.
Oh, it's landed in. Robertson could have reached it. He could have played it. Wrong decision in the end. Yeah, correct decision from the line judge.
And this was a rally that turned out the way I had expected to from the beginning of the match. That it would look a little bit like this. The Indonesians leading 9-3 in the last 12 rallies. That's a bit worrying.
Yeah.
Not for the Indonesians, of course, but for Chris Langridge and Nathan Robertson.
for this now. A run of 6 straight points. Oh, it's just wide. Goodness me. Seemed to put top spin on that defensive shot. Oh, I'm sure the English pair will be mightily relieved that that run has come to an end. Oh, good defence. No. We're not in a third game yet, but I have to say, Stina, if it were to go to 3 games, I personally would favour the Indonesians. I think that fitness-wise, they're perhaps a better level, especially rather than Nathan Robertson, who at the age of 34, almost 35, perhaps in the long grueling matches will struggle a little. Fair comment?
Yes, I think so. And as we see that in this set, it has gone from being on the English premises, and now it's the Indonesians controlling everything.
9 of the last 10 points going Indonesia's way. Up the English were. How quickly it can all change. Just wide.
You can see that when they're in a bad position, the Indonesians, they're lifting far more now than they did in the first game. Super control from Chandra.
Yeah, back to the flat fast exchanges and back to the English pair winning the rally. Now on the low serve from Robertson, gifting the game point opportunities. 8 of them to be precise. Only needed the one though. That is 1 game all. Yeah, there's the Indonesian fans. Plenty of them here in Wuhan. Just 37 minutes for the 2 games.
I'm not really sure what happened for Chris and Nathan here in the second part of the second game, but they had a lot of service returns, so there must be something there that wasn't quite going quite the way they wanted to. So It'll be interesting to see the beginning of the third.
Yeah, it's difficult, as you say, to pinpoint the exact moment. Certainly by the mid-game interval in that second game, I sensed the momentum change, but there wasn't one specific rally that I thought that's going to change it all. It just somehow, you know, the rhythm on the return of serve, or whether it was just missing a couple of kills at the net. It's difficult to define, but certainly by the end of that second game, they looked in a second-class pair to their opponents.
Exactly. I think perhaps it was at 6-4 or even earlier, it looked like Chris and Nathan were in control, but they weren't really getting any points. They weren't at least getting enough points out of it. So not being able to sort of create a gap perhaps gave the Indonesians a bit of confidence in finding the right strategy.
Oh, no flick serves in that second game. And 2 service errors from the English pair.
That's actually quite interesting statistics, because if you as a coach were able to record this during the game, you would be able to tell them go 110% on the short services now, because it's so important that we make good service returns.
Oh, it's a very, very good interception from Alvin Yulianto Chandra. Goodness me, how quick was that?
I think I noticed a little bit of overload where the Indonesian players played a lot to the English backhand side. Might keep an eye on that in the reminder.
Looked to me as if Chris really got caught in no man's land there. Wasn't sure whether he should be going back or standing his ground at the net, and ended up not really doing either properly.
Yeah, that could be these situations that are difficult as a scratch pair, because there are no done deals about it.
Luck of the net cords for Nathan Robertson, for which his partner immediately apologises. Oh my word. Instinctive play from Robertson. And that's your point about not just getting it back. Great players, champions, get it back with interest. They do something unexpected with the shuttle. Good judgment.
Very difficult to control the defense on the opposite side. Very easy to put it long.
Oh, good flick serve. Yeah, he's off balance, wasn't he, from the return of serve.
So that was the flick from this side. In the second game, no one from the other side.
Yeah, that's right. We haven't witnessed too many long rallies, have we? But that's indicative, really, of men's doubles nowadays, isn't it? There's an awful lot of short rallies. Yeah, another one there.
Well played by Chris Langridge, challenging Mohamed Hassan at the net, and that's not his favorite position. He rules on the back court, and Alvin Chandra is the more creative player of the two.
Oh, yeah, good rally, and one of the longest rallies of the match so far.
I really like the Indonesian play there.
Yeah, despite the confusion at the end.
It seems that they can get the initiative when they can play Chris Langridge in the backhand side. As opposed to when it's Nathan who's there. He's got a lot of control, a very, very good eye for where the openings are. Chris sort of survives a little bit more from the backhand side, and that gives some opportunities to the Indonesian side.
Out. Service over. 6-5.
Just overdone it.
Service over. 6-all.
Great play. Challenging Hassan on the front court, that really sets up opportunities.
Always landed in. Well, Nathan Robertson indicating with his arm that he thought it was wide, but I have to say I agree with the line judge. Clever. Yeah. A little change of pace at the net from Nathan Robertson, really setting up the rally.
And sometimes he looks like he has to decide if he bothers playing it over or just go on to the next rally. guess that's also one of the marks of champions, that they make it look easy.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Joe, but I'm sitting here with the same feeling I had in the middle of the second game, that it's actually the English are playing well, but they're not getting the gap.
Not turning the good play into points advantage.
Not enough.
Clever play from Alvin Julianto.
He's sort of taking over, conducting the game.
Good flick serve. Oh my goodness! Well, he had no right to get back the first smash, Chris Langridge. Then tried the round the back. Yes, and is this the start of the little momentum shift that we saw in the second game? It's looking a very similar pattern here in the third. That's clever. Yeah. 3-point advantage to the Indonesians as the players change ends. On a run of 4 straight points.
And for me, just when we return, their third shot, they're crossing every time. Okay, so we just need to step up on that and be really early.
I should have looked at that one again. It's the same.
Yeah. And that first lift, they're flat. The second one, they're going around the head. Okay, just a little poke into court. But again, it's just momentum now, guys. Okay, let's get some rhythm going. Let's get really positive.
There we go.
Come
10
on.
of the best.
Come on.
One level off.
Yeah, need to get some rhythm going.
And I like that emphasis on the third shot, that the Indonesians are crossing the third shot every time. At least when they're serving from the right-hand side. Be interesting to see what the third shot is here. If I were the Indonesians, I would play to the backhand side. Well, not really necessary this time. Free attacking opportunity.
Can't help but feel that that was absolutely vital as far as the English pair were concerned, because prior to winning that rally, they just lost 6 of the last 7 points.
Again from Mohamed Hassan. I would direct almost all the shots at him if I were the English side, and I don't see Hassan being part of a double that is going to win an Olympic medal for Indonesia, at least not in 12 here. I might be wrong.
Oh, it's called good. And the umpire's going to have a word with the Indonesians. She feels that they're trying to influence the line judges. Oof, goodness me. Well, clip the outside edge of the line. Can't get any closer than that. Narrowed the gap to just one solitary point. Now back level.
And that was good coverage from Chris Language there. A lot of shots directed at the backhand side, but he was there. If he can keep that up, that could be the key to victory.
Well, a bit of a dispute as to whether the shuttle should be changed or not. The Indonesians wanted it changed. The English pair said no. Umpire got involved and she made the decision, and it didn't suit Chris Language.
Well played.
What a shot. Well, you were urging him in the first game to step into the defence. He was too far back. And that was just about perfection. And he even moved forward afterwards as well.
And we can see that Hassan doesn't have the same anticipating ability that Alvin Chandra has. Not able to read that shot.
English pair now back into the lead.
That's great.
Now a run of 6 straight points for the English combination.
And suddenly we saw Nathan Robertson popping up again, making excellent shots, challenging at the net and setting up the kill for Chris Language.
Oh, the ebb and flow of this game, absolutely fascinating. Well, he was drastically off balance, but do you think he was right to try and keep on the attack?
I actually think it was okay. Probably pushed it a little bit too much, but it was also a great shot from Alvin, exactly the right height.
Yeah. And you've got to accept that at times you will make errors.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Nathan Robertson will be disappointed with that. And once again, it's all level.
Now give it to Hassan below the tape, and we have good opportunity.
Yep.
And we is, of course, because we'd like a decisive 5th match.
And it's a great credit to this encounter that so many of the fans have stayed. All other courts, the overall matches have been concluded. It's the only one in progress. Oh, my goodness. Hit the top of the tape. Trickled over.
Now, these are the kind of matches that we've been missing so far here in the Thomas Hubei Cup.
In fairness, it is only day 2 of the tournament. Good pressure. Oh, what a good return of serve.
Well, he couldn't miss that one.
Drifts long. 17 all. Match in progress, exactly 1 hour. Well, you spotted that weakness in Mohamed Hassan. Still making the errors below tape height. Oh, great defense. Unbelievable. What a rally. Well, superb badminton. How on earth did he control that defense? .269. 168 miles per hour. Well, the umpire asking the players to get ready. All 4 players are off court at the moment, just toweling down or taking on board some liquid. So who's got the nerve? Very, very little to choose between these 2 pairs. As far as form is concerned, who's got the courage, who's got the nerve? Well, nerve failing, no doubt, from Mohamed Hassan.
He's very, very nervous.
Yeah.
A little bit unexpectedly, because normally at these stages it's quite a big advantage, leading 2-1 in the overall team match.
You have to give great credit to that return of serve. Just enough pace on the shuttle, getting it going in a downward direction, making it very, very awkward.
Chris Language has to make a good return on the short service now. He has to be a little bit more alert forward.
Good aggressive play. And Alvin Yulianto coming forward to the net. He drove the shuttle, moved towards the net. And that was the decisive move. And after an hour and 3 minutes, now the Indonesians on the verge of victory.
We know from the second game that he's not going to flick it, go for the short one, Nathan.
Well, the error in the end from Nathan Robertson, trying to do something very special at the net. The victory to the Indonesians, 21-19 in the deciding game, on a run of 3 straight points from 18-19 down. And for Nathan Robertson, an end of a very illustrious career in international badminton that ends with a defeat, but I'm sure it's a match he will remember for a long, long time. Great performance by the English pair, but in the end, the Indonesians just holding their nerve. And of course, not only victory in this second men's doubles, but it means victory in the overall tie because they've secured the 3rd point. But of course, remember, we do still play the 5th match in these group stages. The moment of victory, the moment of celebration. And it means that tomorrow will be a straight playoff between China and Indonesia for who tops the group. What a terrific men's doubles that was. 19-21, 21-12, 21-19 in the deciding game. Well, a couple of flick serves from the Indonesians. And I'm surprised that they've got almost double the overhead winners of the English pair, both very good at the net, as we've seen throughout the contest. 269, the fastest smash. Well, it really was a terrific encounter. So there is confirmation that Indonesia have beaten England 3-1, but of course we do play the 3rd men's singles. 2 of the matches going the full distance, the 2 doubles matches. And it really has been a thrilling contest so far. Well, the 5th and final match within the tie. 3rd men's singles, Dionysius Hayum Rembaka of Indonesia against the left-handed Ben Beckman of England.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last match of Thomas Group A men's single in court 1, representing Indonesia, Dionysius Rembaka, representing England, Ben Beckman.
Well, the big occasion for Ben Beckman making his 8th England appearance today, the left-hander. Son of a former women's doubles partner of mine, Karen Bridge, who became Karen Beckman. Oh goodness me, that's showing my age, isn't it? And so, left-handed Ben Beckman, 24 years of age. His opponent, a year younger. Umpire Mahado. Well, Ben Beckman played against China and played at second men's singles. Lost out to Chen Long, 21-5, 21-5 in just 31 minutes. He'll be hoping for a better performance than that here today against Dionysius Rumbaka. The Indonesian, born in Yogyakarta in central Java, and a positive win-loss record for the year, including, most importantly, a quarter-final at the All England Championships. Ben Beckman, world ranking of 104. Rumbaka, of course, up one place to 22 this week. So, huge discrepancy in their world rankings. They played once previously, and that was in the quarter-final in Romania. Went the full distance on that occasion, but it has to be said that that was 3 years ago when Rumbaka, still a teenager. Very difficult for both these players, of course, Steen, the fact that the match is already decided, this a dead match within the tie.
Yeah, I think the Indonesians might be a little bit happier than the English, because even though I hold Rumbaka as the clear favorite in this match, then for the Indonesian team it's quite nice that they've already secured the victory, and there's they can rest easily on the sideline and enjoy the match, and Rumbaka can get into this Thomas Cup tournament without too many nerves. I mean, Ben lost with 5-5 yesterday, but that was against Chen Long, and we've already discussed how solid he is, so he actually played quite well.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Indonesia represented by Dionysius Hayam Rumbaka. On my left, England represented by Ben Beckman. Indonesia to serve, level, play. One love.
Well, just picking up on what you were talking about there, Steen, of course, this is the first time that Indonesia have played in the Thomas Cup finals this year.
Service over.
Didn't have to play a match yesterday. So it is very important, I guess, for all the Indonesian players prior to playing against China tomorrow, that they just get a feel of the stadium and just get their bearings and work themselves into the tournament, get an easy feel about it.
Yeah, not getting themselves knocked out before meeting China, because had they lost to England, it's hard to imagine that they would have beaten China tomorrow. Good shot.
That's nicely done. Have you seen much of Ben Beckman on the tour? He's been playing some of the international challenger events.
I've actually never seen him before last week in Milton Keynes.
Service over. 3-0.
And your first impressions of him then?
He's got some great attacking shots and quite dangerous shots from both sides, forehand side and backhand side. His defense is lacking a bit, but that's only natural. And of course, his like we discussed earlier, his shot quality is not of the same standard as the regular Super Series players, but nothing that shouldn't be impossible to improve in the future for Ben Beckman. And I think there's two promising players in him and Toby Penty. Still a long way to go, and we're talking years here. We're not talking months, but there's something to build upon. And
yes, of course, Toby Penty played yesterday. Played third men's singles against China. So a great experience for him.
Service over.
Indonesia also with two relatively unexperienced singles players in the team. Rumbaka here and Tommy Sugiato. Hopefully players that we'll see much more of in the future.
Yes, and if regular badminton fans are wondering, I can tell you that Sonny Dwi Kunchoro, who of course was World Championships silver medalist in Kuala Lumpur in 2007, he's making a return to form after long-term injury problems. And that's good to see. So, all in all, I think Indonesia, a lot of strength in depth at the moment in men's singles, emerging talents, some very experienced players there as well.
That's right. It was good to see Sony back in India Open. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't select him for this event, because they sure could need his experience in the third singles, but probably afraid of him being injured again if he played too much too early.
So just explain the rules to us. There's a certain number of players that can be selected per team. You can't just bring everybody along that you think might get a game.
Now you're allowed to select 10 players, and you can, at the maximum 10 players, and you can decide for yourself if it's doubles players or singles players. And
7, 6.
For some countries, the players play both categories.
Just missed it. Yeah, that was a golden opportunity.
8, 6.
It was a stupid mistake, because he could have won that in 2 shots instead of going for the immediate killer and now having lost it.
9, 6.
That's the difference, isn't it?
6.
Smashed it down the centre of the court, knew immediately that if his opponent was going to get it back, he would have to come back to the net area. And he was already on his way forward. Not going for the lines. Oh, what a backhand.
11, 6.
Well, it's a run of 6 straight points from 5-6 adrift to go to the mid-game interval with the advantage.
To get the response. Not just to kill him.
So with the 5-point advantage, to Indonesia. Play resumes. Ah, now that's good. It's great when it works.
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing that you can build upon. If you can make these kind of shots, then there's possibilities.
Replay left.
Yeah, wasn't ready. Rumbaka. Yeah, look at the contrast though. I mean, what was that? A metre inside the sideline there.
I think since the two players met in 2009, it's quite clear that Rumbaka has been more exposed to international competition than Beckman has. It's more solid generally,
14,
but especially in the defense.
And more variety. I've seen much more variety from Rumbaka with the overhead shots. Yeah, well, who's he learned that one from? Taufik. Then, of course, there's an awful lot to be said for success breeding success. And, of course, when you train on a daily basis with a former world and Olympic champion, World Championship medalists, you're bound to learn from their experience. Just wide.
Good call.
Service over. 8, 15.
As you said earlier, Jill, Indonesia has some depth in their men's singles department, but they lack perhaps the top player, the one constantly in the semifinals of the Super Series, and it's interesting to see if that's going to be Rumbaka. I thought for a while that it was going to be Simon Sentosa, but he's disappointed a little bit, the way I see it. Hasn't been able to sort of put his mark on the big events.
$17, 8.
12 of the last 14 points going to Rumbaka. Oh, dear me. That's wild.
18, 8.
And we can see that there's a lot of work ahead for Ben Beckman and the English single coaches, because these mistakes are simply too easy.
Yeah, no wonder he's shaking his head.
Service over. 9, 19.
I would like to see Rumbaka play a little bit faster here, setting the pace at a higher level to sort of build his confidence.
Service over. 20.
Looking very relaxed.
Game point. 10.
10 game point opportunities. Just 11 minutes of play so far. Oh my goodness.
Service over.
Well, that's
11,
the sort of loose
20.
shot that he certainly wouldn't get away with against one of the top Chinese players.
Game.
Second time of asking. Closes out the game.
That's of course nice, nice play by Rumbacher this last rally. But it's not going to win him any matches against the top players.
Just 12 minutes. 21-11. Dionysius Rumbacher. Very difficult to hear what Coach Jonasson is saying.
Just want to see them from you, because I know you got them. Even tuck your arm a little bit in.
Must be a little strange for you watching your former player act as head coach to the England team. Of course, you helped Kenneth Jonasson become #2 in the world rankings. My goodness, what a fighter on court he was.
Sort of, if he can sort of induce a little bit of his own style into Ben Beckman, then he should have a pretty good player.
Yeah.
I think actually, looking at these pictures here, he seems quite fit and so on, Ben, but I think he has to be even fitter and perhaps also reduce his weight a little bit with a few pounds so he can be even faster on court and move even quicker, especially in the defense.
Players. Ready? Second game. Level. Play.
Yeah, all set up by the tight spinning net shot.
1 love.
We talk an awful lot in men's singles about the overhead shots and the deception, the power. But I'm a great believer that so many of the rallies set up by the net play, and therefore in my eyes probably the net shot is the most important shot in men's singles nowadays.
Service over.
Yeah, you're right. And it's the control from below the tape. It's so important, and we can see that Ben has excellent skills above the tape and overhead shots, but it's his skills defending, playing the precise, the accurate shots that are lacking a bit.
2, 1.
Very nicely, just proving your point there.
The thing is that if he manages to improve his defense a little bit, he'll have far more attacking chances than now. If he loses the attack now, he quite often loses rallies like this within 2 or 3 shots.
3, 2. Service over. 3, all. Four, 3.
No rhythm to this second game as yet.
there's absolutely no need to play that shot because Rumbaka isn't doing anything. He's not creating anything for himself. So he's just waiting for Ben to make the mistakes. So he could actually play a much safer shot and still be okay. A shot like that.
Service over. 5-4.
That was even too sharper to my taste because the only reason
Service over.
Landed in.
5-all.
Yes, I mean, so often in badminton it's about building the rally, isn't it, rather than going for winners too early on. You've got to create the openings, you've got to create the opportunities. And if you try and force it too much in singles, that's when you start making the errors.
start making the errors and opening opportunities for counter-attacking up. The best rally I've seen Ben Beckman play. Good, showing good control.
Service over. 7-6.
Yes, I definitely see the weakness and the frailties in defensive play from Ben Beckman. Being exposed and exploited by Rumbaka.
Service over. 7-all.
And what he should do, of course, after this match is review it on video together with his coaches and make a notice of what kind of strokes is it that sort of takes the initiative away from him.
Service over.
It's obvious that's a bad shot, but there are more bad shots that are not mistakes, but they're sort of ruining his game.
Yeah.
Service over. 8-all.
Struggled to get behind that one. Playing the smash when off balance, and that's when you play for safety. That's not when you go for the lines. It would be interesting also, Steen, to have a look back at this match and count the number of unforced errors from Ben Beckman.
That was too high.
In double.
And his last shot was too short. Lovely angle though once again from Rumbaka on his attacking play.
11-8. Black.
Well played by Rumbacher here.
Yeah.
12.
And that proves one of your points, Jill, that the control at the net is crucial in setting up your game.
Thank you. Okay. 12-8.
Well, one senses it's absolutely vital for Ben Beckman if he wants to make this second game a real tight affair. Got to start closing the gap right now. Too loose, really. Oh, look at that disguise and deception. And that really exemplifies the difference with the overhead racket skills between the two players. Suddenly being able to just brush the racket head across the feathers of the shuttle, creating the deception. And it was so crisp too.
It's
nice.
Service over. 9-13.
Well, that'd have been a run of 5 straight points. And Beckman will be mighty relieved that run has come to an end. Well, Beckman's suggesting that the
14,
shuttle touched
9.
his opponent before going out. Can't say as I saw that. Has to go down as another unforced error, sadly.
Yeah, and two situations where he sort of doesn't recognize that there is no possibility. First, the push at the net. There was no chance of killing it, and then the net shot that was too far from the net on his side to play a close shot. It's going to go wide.
Service over. 16, 10.
Good play from Rumbacher. Pressure from the front of the court, forcing the short lift and then the opportunity to play the winner.
Thank you. Okay. 17, 10.
That's a great lift. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a rally.
Service over. 11, 17.
That's what you call getting outmaneuvered. Did well to get that back.
Okay, we play left. Clear left.
And they're not ready. You have to serve again.
That was going to go long, I suspect.
Service over. 18, 12.
Yeah, I think you're right by looking where his feet were landing. Oh, that's nicely done.
Service over. 13, 18.
I'm sitting here thinking that they're making some great lifts, but perhaps the net shots aren't as tight as they look from up here where we're sitting.
Oh, take that. What a magnificent smash.
19, 13.
260. Not the fastest one of the match so far, but very, very effective.
Thank you.
And what we must remember is that probably all these players, they can actually, if it was a contest, they would be able to hit it even harder.
Yeah.
Here they need to keep their balance and think of the next shot as well.
That's nicely taken.
20, match point, 13.
7 match points to be precise. It's going wide. Only needed the one opportunity. Comprehensive victory for Rumbaka. 21-11, 21-13.
Match won by Indonesia.
Well,
Then Beckman will have to go home and have to work on his defensive qualities. 30 minutes for the victory for Dionysius Hayum Rumbaka. 21-11, 21-13. And that victory, of course, means that Indonesia conclude this tie with a 4-1 victory over England. Looking at the match statistics, well, a little bit surprised about the number of overhead winners. They're more for Ben Beckman, but the number of smashes that perhaps from Rumbaka that forced a weak reply that he was then able to finish off, just emphasising Steen Petersen's point that it's not always the power of the smash. It's a shot that's used in the building of the rally. Well, there you can see confirmation of Indonesia's 4-1 victory over England, and in all honesty, a bit of a anticlimax, that third men's singles, because the men's doubles matches, both of them, absolute thrillers. Well, that means, of course, that England will have to pack their bags and go home. They play 2 matches. They've been beaten twice, but of course tomorrow China will play Indonesia for the right to top the group, and then of course be seeded for the knockout competition from quarterfinals onwards. China, of course, the holders of this title, Indonesia, the most successful team in the history of the Thomas Cup. Well, today all started with Simon Santoso, a victory over Rajiv Usif in 2 straight games, and then England's hearts were lifted with a wonderful performance from Chris Adcock and Andrew Ellis, beating the current Olympic champions. And it was the second men's singles, and Taufik Hidiak's, well, just too good for Carl Baxter. 21-12, 21-16, and he looked very relaxed throughout that contest. And then it was the turn of the second men's doubles and 2 untried and untested pairs. But what a thriller it produced. An hour and 4 minutes. Coming from behind in the deciding game, Mohamed Hassan and Alvin Yulianto Chandra winning through 21-19 in that third game. It really was magnificent. And as we've just seen, Dionysius Hayam Orambaka, the young Indonesian, too good for the left-handed Ben Beckman. 21-11, 21-13 in just 30 minutes of play. Well, that of course concludes play for this evening. We will be back tomorrow, of course, 1300 local time. That's 0500 GMT from all of us here in Wuhan. Hope you'll be with us tomorrow for the Thomas Cup match, Denmark against Malaysia. But in the meantime, from all of us here, bye-bye.